Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Leader Lamberth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative speaking for what purpose?
For an announcement, Mr. Speaker, is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Members, some of you have been here a lot longer than I have, and there was a lady up here named Radonna Rose, who was a true champion of education, and she retired from the General Assembly and now works down in Murray County for Farm Bureau. Well, the person that replaced her, Stephen Maupin, as many of you know in agriculture, who lobbies for farmers and agriculture across the state of Tennessee, he is now retiring too. He's up here to my left. Stephen's been with up here for 28 years. 28 years. Stephen, stand up. 28 years. Members, as you know, he has been a true champion of agriculture across the great state of Tennessee to put us in a position where we lead the nation in agriculture. It's people like him with his lovely wife and family that have made a true difference in Tennessee. And we want to say thank you from the General Assembly's bottom of our heart for all the work that you've done for Tennessee and agriculture. Thank you, Stephen.
Shirley Hazelwood with gifts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to announce that I have 2 heaters delivered to me day late by Amazon. I will be using one, but I'm taking bids on the other. Thank you.
Del Carr, would you like to start the bidding? He missed it. Never mind.
All right, so how much you going to give for? I got 5. I'm going to give you 10. I got 5. I'm going to give you 10. 50, 18, out of a 20. 20 out of a 20. 25 out of a 30. We 30. I'm 30. I'm going to get 30. 35 out of a 40. Get 40. And I sold it G.A. Hardaway $50.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd make a motion to take up the message calendar.
For the motion, without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House Message Calendar number 1, House Bill 2308, by Chairman Hawk, relative to privacy and confidentiality. Mr. Speaker, on April 25th, 2022, the Senate substituted House Bill 2308 for Senate Bill 2725, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 2308 as amended.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you where we are in the posture of this, and we're going to move to concur in the Senate amendment in a few moments. But Chairman Dr. Terry and myself, we've been working on some legislation that deals with photographic evidence of minors and those who have been in fatal accidents. And what we're doing with the original bill was saying you cannot make public photographic evidence of minors who have been killed in an accident. Dr. Terry's amendment extends that to you're not going to divulge photographic evidence of any person that is killed in an accident, make that public. What we've done with Senator White's work is merge those 2 bills into one in this piece of legislation. So along with Dr. Terry's tremendous work on this, Mr. Speaker, I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Hawk moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hawkeye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurring without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a House Message Calendar number 2. House Message Calendar number 2. Item 1, Senate Bill 1005, by Chairman Farmer and others, relative to campaigns and campaign finance. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, that was by Chairman Whitson. On April 27, 2022, the Senate non-concurred in House Amendments 1 and 2.
Chairman Woodson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we refuse to receive from our actions and adopt in amendments number 1 and 2.
Without objection, we refuse to recede. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, now it's Chairman Farmer. House Bill 1125 by Chairman Farmer relative to election laws. On April 27, 2022, the Senate substituted House Bill 1125 for Senate Bill 1375, adopted Amendment 2, and passed House Bill 1125 as amended.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I was going to have a duel with Chairman Whitson there. Members, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 2. And members, what this bill did, this is what we did for our judges that we swore in today. We allowed for them to pull out their elections after the deadline, and we open it back up for folks to come in and take their spots. What this does is tightens up the time frame on it. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, I move to concur with Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Farmer moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as every member wish to change your vote. During an aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 2, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The motion reeks here is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1689 by Chairman Holtzclaw relative to alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, on April 27, 2022, the Senate further considered House Bill 1689, adopted Amendment 4, and passed House Bill 1689 as amended.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do move to concur with the Senate version, which basically all it does, it removes Dwell Hotel in Hamlin County. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 4. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Camper, aye. Alexander, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 77, 10 nays, 2 present, unvoted.
Senate Amendment number 4, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Motion reeks here is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1922 by Representative Hicks of Washington relative to sexual offenders. Mr. Speaker, on April 27, 2022, the Senate refused to recede in its action in adopting Senate Amendment number 1.
Representative Hicks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to refuse to recede from our actions in non-concurring in the Senate Amendment number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the locked committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Hicks moves to refuse to receive from our action in non-concurring in Senate Amendment number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a light committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Hicks, Representative Doggett, Representative Wendell, and Representative Farmer. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2244 by Representative Ogles relative to Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Mr. Speaker, on April 27, 2022, the Senate substituted House Bill 2244 for Senate Bill 2841, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 2244 as amended.
Representative Ogles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there was a few changes to this piece of legislation over in the Senate, but it is substantially the same. This is a piece of legislation that established especially aggravated rape of a child, and grave torture. The capital sentence for the grave torture is still intact. It's a good piece of legislation. I think there was some comment that this may be the most aggressive piece of legislation right now in the United States as far as sexual assault. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to concur to Senate Amendment number 1.
Representative Ogles moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Camper, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The motion reeks here is tabled. Representative Todd, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this may be my good friend, Representative Ogle's last time in the well with us. And to end on such a positive note for all the many things that he has done for victims in this state, crime victims in this state, this is certainly icing on the cake. And I just applaud him for that and all the good work he's done in defense of victims in this state. Thank you, sir.
Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2442 by Representative Hicks of Washington relative to teachers, principals, and school personnel. Mr. Speaker, on April 27, 2022, the Senate returned Senate Bill 2442 to the House.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that addresses the instructor shortage in our CTE classes. This amendment will recognize an active industry license or credential issued by any state, which will help that instructor to get quicker into our classrooms. And second, after a director of a local school board is contacted that an LEA is unable to secure a qualified occupational educator, then the commission may grant a temporary permit to fill the unfilled position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lift from the table the motion to reconsider our actions in passing Senate Bill 2442.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our actions on Senate Bill 2442.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2442 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 2442 on and properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Hicks of Washington.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for consideration of Amendment Number 2.
This was an untimely filed amendment, so we're voting for consideration. You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of Amendment Number 2. All those in favor of considering Amendment Number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? ROA, yes. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider Amendment Number 2 prevails. Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of Amendment Number 2.
Representative Hicks moves adoption of House Amendment Number 2, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? We're on the board. All those in favor of adopting House Amendment Number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Amendment Number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion for passage of Senate Bill 2442 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2442 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 2442, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes message calendar number 2.
Next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, at the time of recess, the House was on the regular calendar and was ready for further consideration of item 13, House Bill 2143 by Chairman White and others relative to education funding.
Chairman White, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2143 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Hurt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Vice Chairman Hurt moves adoption of Amendment Number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Amendment Number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment clarifies that the rules must be promulgated in accordance with the UAPA, and the recommendations from the State Board of Education will be included in the rule filing with the Secretary of State. Move to adopt.
Chairman Reagan moves adoption of amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it's permissible this time, I would like to go ahead and explain the gist of the bill on amendment number 1 and also 2 at this point.
Chairman White.
Thank you, members. Let me give you a brief description under the clock here, so I'll make it brief and questions later. Many members on the floor said earlier today that they've had several bills, and this is probably the most important one that they've carried since they've been up here, and this will be one for me. I remember back in 1973, when I first started teaching school, I taught 7th grade, and I walked into the classroom, and I knew my subject matter, but I didn't know a thing about teaching 12 and 13-year-olds. But what I found out a few weeks in the classroom as a teacher, you begin to learn that every student in that class is different. Some students you can't get to be quiet. Some you can't get to speak up. Some of them are so intelligent that they grasp every single thing that you say. And then some struggle on every subject. But as I went through the weeks and months, I began to fall in love. You don't teach a class, you teach individual students because they all become very unique to you. And so my point being, you teach to the uniqueness of students. Students are all different. And the reason I am so pleased to carry this legislation, we had the first opportunity. I have taken this bill, House Bill 2341, for the past 3 months, and I have torn it up and down and every which way I can look at, trying to find fault because the BEP formula is 30 years old. And ever since I've been up here for 13 years and 9 years on the Education Committee, people say the BEP doesn't work here and it doesn't work there. We have an opportunity now under this particular bill to look at how we fund education. And the reason I'm excited and I'm convinced that this is a good formula to follow is because it funds according to student needs. And briefly, what it does, you have a base where every student in every school in that district gets a base, $6,860. If you were going to start a school, what is in that is all the elements of doing a school, teachers and counselors and nurses and all the things associated with that. That's your base. But then you begin to fund according to your weights. You have different student needs, economically disadvantaged, small districts, sparse districts, concentrated poverty. And each of those weights has a percentage, and that percentage is multiplied by the base. So there's more money going in based upon the student needs. Every student is unique. And then we have direct funding. Besides the weights, we have direct funding. And one thing that we really fought for early on in this is we're always talking about 3rd grade reading literacy, that our students are not coming to one out of 3 kids are reading on 3rd grade level by the time they leave. So we have a direct funding that every child in every school that's in K through 3rd grade, that school gets an extra $500 per child to address early childhood literacy. There's literacy tutoring in 4th grade. There's CTE student money. There's outcome funding. If you are a district that really takes this serious and takes this, there's so much flexibility in this for the districts also. If you take the resources you are given and you really perform, there are bonuses and things in outcome funding. There's fast growth district money and so on and so forth. And as we've gone through the last We've intentionally worked on this for the last 6 months, but for the last 7 weeks, through 5 committees, we have ripped this bill up and down and let everybody come in and put things that you want to and talk about it. And we come up with this particular bill that we have before us now. And say, Mr. Speaker, I'd be glad to answer questions, but with that, I renew my motion.
Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Stewart. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, members. What this amendment would do is simply guarantee an increase to the BEP amount that's automatic, which would either be 2% or the rate of inflation, whichever is less. Here's one problem with this bill, and that problem is that it requires us to come back each year to increase the funding. It requires a legislative act to do that. That's different from the BEP, which, as you know, provides for increased funding automatically over time. So I'm amending this bill to ensure automatic funding. I would say, and I know we have a lot of discussion today, that the BEP, while we all have various issues with small components of it, has provided steady, consistent, and in many ways equitable funding as intended by its initial drafters for many, many, many years. And this automatic increase in funding is one of its best aspects, and we're eliminating that under this bill unless we pass this amendment. With that, I'd move passage.
That's a proper motion, properly seconded. Representative Stewart moves adoption of amendment number 3. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend from Davidson County, in the entire debate on this bill today, I did not actually, we'd have any members stand up and advocate in favor of the BEP, so that was unexpected. But to the point of your amendment, that's simply not how we do things in Tennessee. We don't do automatic increases to programs. We don't do automatic increases to taxes. We come here every year and we balance the budget down to the penny, just as you, sir, have done for many years. And that is a purposeful decision on this body's part. For those that run for, election and re-election, that's our job, is to make these tough decisions on how much to fund into the state portion of the TISA, if this bill passes, or BEP, and what has always been done. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move this amendment to the table.
It's a proper motion, probably second. Parliamentary situation is Representative Stewart has moved adoption amendment number 3. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Stewart, you're recognized.
Well, of course, we have automatic funding mechanisms that we've created with all sorts of bills and structures to make sure our government operations continue over time. And that's something we're empowered to do. My amendment is consistent with what we've been doing. This new bill is not. I would also say the new bill, for those of you who haven't had it in committee, is a dramatic abdication of power of elected officials, handing power over to unelected administrators in the Department of Education. Instead of counting on our local officials to guide the education process in their counties, we're now basically transferring much of that power to unelected bureaucrats in the Department of Education. Some of you may be for that, but that is certainly what we're doing. So I would urge you to vote no on the tabling motion.
Parliamentary situation is Representative Stewart has moved adoption of amendment number 3. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 66, 25 days.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 3 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 4 by Representative Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and sponsor. I refer to this amendment as the Truth in TISA amendment. What this amendment would do is provide true transparency to our local governments and educators across the state of Tennessee. That's the number one intent. And second, it would increase accountability for the benefit of local governments who we regularly rely on and expect to fill in the major substantial gaps that we create when we pass unfunded mandates. Funding for instruction in Tennessee is a glaring example of this. The instructional component of the BEP, of course, is delineated and clearly delineated. What this bill does, if you take a look at the base amount definition and the recitals of this bill, it basically throws in the kitchen sink. It includes the instructional supports. It includes the materials and supplies, operational expenses, system, everything that you want to fund in your school system, they say falls within that base amount. And it's laughable that you think you can fund it with $6,860 per student. But that amount is not even in this bill. That amount is not even decided by any of this room. It's going to be decided by unelected officials. What this amendment does is it separates out the instructional amount and the amount we're actually going to put into instructional fiscal spending from the base amount so that our local leaders and educators know exactly how much we're funding this largest, arguably the most important component of education funding formula, because now it's currently commingled with that laundry list of other things, which eliminates any semblance of transparency, which we are professing to provide with this bill. This amendment is written to make it abundantly clear to our local governments, our school boards, our county commissions about who really supports public education versus just who's giving it lip service. Right now, the state funds teacher salaries based on an intellectually dishonest lowball assumption that we all heard in the committee of $48,330 per year. But according to the State Board of Education and their data online, the actual average licensed instructional salary in Tennessee is $55,000. It's nearly a 16% gap between what the state claims it costs versus the cost in real life. We rely on our local governments to fill in that gap. That's completely dishonest and unreasonable of us to do. We have been unfairly shifting the cost of instruction. This amendment would make it clear exactly what we are appropriating to instruction and making that a delineated part of the funding formula. Ladies and gentlemen, if we really care about transparency, if we really care about creating accountability, this amendment is intended to provide true transparency and accountability for instructional salaries with the goal of bringing them in line with the average actual cost of instructional salaries in Tennessee. We cannot simply say this lump amount per student is going to cover everything our local governments need to provide education to our children. We need to be clear. This would also allow us, if we want to go and increase teacher pay, this allows us to adjust it in the formula exactly, rather than trying to throw it in the kitchen sink with all this other base amount and not having any guarantee our teachers are going to increase pay. With that, I would ask for your support of this amendment, move adoption.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 4. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our local boards of education, the local school boards get elected to do this very thing. They get to sit down and make a determination as to what either one of my children, any of your children or grandchildren, what they need in their classroom. The state provides the vast bulk of those funds, and that's a good thing. This sets up a structure for that, but at the end of the day, your amendment, sir, takes away a great amount of local control. And at our heart of hearts in this body, we believe that the best decisions are made closest to the people, which is local government. That's the local school board. So I trust our local school board instead of this amendment to micromanage their decisions. For that, sir, with all due respect, I move this amendment to the table.
That's proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary situation is Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 4. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know how to respond to that. This bill does nothing to take away local control. This actually tells our local governments exactly what we are doing up here and how much we're allocating to the instructional amount that we continually underfund in the state of Tennessee. We expect them to do a lot with less, and we're going to be expecting them to do a lot more with a lot less more under this legislation. The very least we could do is delineate what amount of money we're delineating in the formula to the instructional component of this formula. Ladies and gentlemen, this provides transparency. It lets our local governments know what we're doing, how we're doing it. And for us to sit up here and try to say that this eliminates local control in any way is completely disingenuous and dishonest. What we need to do is be transparent and say we're allocating this amount of money, this part of the formula for instructional component of educational funding, and that's what you can rely on from this body. We're not just going to give you a lowball number based on lowball estimates of average teacher salaries and expect our local governments to do everything we ask them to do with insufficient funds. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be transparent and let's be held accountable to ourselves for the benefit of our local governments. With that, I ask you to vote against the tabling motion. Thank you.
Parliamentary Situations that Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 4. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member vote, as the amendment is changed. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 70, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 4 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 5 by Representative Thompson, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment deals with CDF, or cost differential factor. This is a method of making equitable salary adjustments for teachers in the proposed plan. It was developed on the idea that school districts and counties with generally higher wages may need to offer higher salaries that attract and retain teachers. This is a tool that's been used in the BEP in the past and in other states as well. And it's been an effective plan and should be used for this plan as well.
Are you wishing to withdraw or
No.
adopt?
Oh, I wish it be adopted. I'm sorry.
All right. Representative Thompson moves adoption of amendment number 5. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately to the member, I don't know if this was a drafting error, but there has been a conversation about CDF and how to handle that issue outside of the formula. This amendment actually puts it inside the formula, which would significantly change the fiscal note. And we already passed a budget last week. So unfortunately, this amendment would in essence completely do away with this bill for the year. It would have to go back to finance and we would not proceed. I do not think that would be a wise thing for us to do, especially after all the work that has been put into this by so many people over the last 6 to 8 months. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move this amendment to the table.
So proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary Situations that Representative Thompson has moved adoption of amendment number 5. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate for that, except for that of the sponsor. Representative Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, it would be a good idea for us to take a bit more time to refine this plan. But the important thing is that we do have equitable salaries, especially in those counties where we have, problems retaining and hiring new teachers, especially some of us who are in counties that are adjoining other states, and we're continually competing with those other states. So I hope that everyone would add this CDF to this plan. Thank you.
Parliamentary Situations that Representative Thompson has moved amendment number 5. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member votes, the member would change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 70, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 5 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 6 by Representative Towns, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Towns, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment adds to Section 1, increasing the base funding amount for each LEA by 50% of the county's cost differential factor, as determined by the Board Center, the Board Center for Business and Economic Research at UTK. The CDF should not be used to decrease the base funding in that amount. Members, as we know, prices rise, they rise and fall. And if we're truly trying to make sure that education receives the amount of money that it really deserves in order to do the work that we think it ought to do, we need to make sure that that the cost is kept in alignment with the increase. And so by asking for 50% of that money, we can ensure that your LEAs, this goes across the state, will have the working capital that is so needed to have in order to effectively train and teach our children. And we don't know what that will be, have no idea what it will be, but we know that especially in these economic times, things are kind of, roller coaster as it relates to cost on everything. Supply chains being backed up and all kinds of problems we have at this point in time. We just want to try to do good work here economically and make sure that we can ensure that work is maintained. And that's what this amendment simply seeks to do. With that, Mr. Speaker and members, I move its adoption.
Representative Towns has moved adoption of amendment number 6. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And similar to the last amendment, at just a different percentage, I would move this amendment to the table for those reasons.
It's proper motion, probably seconded. Parliamentary situation. Representative Towns has moved adoption of amendment number 6. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor, Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again. And my good colleague on the other side of the aisle moved it to the table, but you all know that that table has termites on it. And termites simply eat a table down to the ground. And that's exactly what these fluctuating prices will do to the LEA's budget. They'll put termites on the budget, okay? And we want to be competitive in this state. We want to be competitive in the world. And simply, if you would ask your LEAs back home whether they want termites on the table or they want the budgets to reflect what those economic times suggest for that particular day, I guarantee you they will say they want to make sure they're not coming up short. So help me to eliminate the termites off the table and stick with me on this amendment to make sure that our LEAs across the state are held harmless because of the economic fluctuations in our community. So vote against the termites and stick with me on this amendment. I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary situation. Representative Towns has moved adoption of amendment number 6. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 70, 24 nays.
Ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 6 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 7 by Representative Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you that this amendment contains no termites. What this amendment does is sets a floor. As most of you heard repeated over and over again, that the state-local match average is 70-30. Well, we all, many of us represent districts where 70-30 is a dream. That's not actually true. Our counties are paying much higher percentages of that. What this amendment would do is simply set a floor to say that the local governments cannot be held responsible for more than 50%. The state should do its fair share. No county should be turned upside down and made to carry the entire weight of their education system. The state has a fiscal duty to our local governments. Let's support our local governments and create a 50% floor on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 7. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect for my friend from Davidson County, this is a terribly misguided amendment that will literally take money from the poorest counties in our state and shift it to the richest, wealthiest counties of the state. That's by definition what the amendment does. I can't stand here and in good conscience vote for something like that, so I would move this amendment to the table.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Primary situation. Representative Clemens has moved adoption amendment number 7. Leader Lambert has moved that motion to the table. That cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Clemens, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the good news is our state has been fiscally responsible, and we have the money to cover these costs, so no money will be taken from any county. This simply says that no single county can be required to carry the full load of its education funding. Then the reality is these rich counties or well-off counties or wealthy counties, however my colleague described them, are paying for a bulk of our education system already. The bulk of the revenues in the state of Tennessee are coming out of these wealthy counties, and they're being hit twice. Not only are we generating all the revenue to pay for everyone, we're not taking anything from anyone. We are simply asking for equitable funding because this 70-30 state-local match is a fiction from most of your counties, an absolute fiction. Your county should not be held responsible for more than 50% of its education funding. With that, I'd ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary Situations, Representative Clemens has moved adoption of amendment number 5. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. On amendment number 7, all those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Does any member wish to change your vote? As every member have voted? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 7 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 8 by Representative Johnson of Knox. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a pretty simple amendment, what it does, but important. It makes sure that we sufficiently fund the instructional supports and the funding. And it mentions a few things that specifically, as far as making sure we have at least one art, music, and physical ed teacher in elementary, and making sure that we have college and career counselor and in the secondary schools, some of those things. It just goes into a little more detail and make sure that we are sufficiently funding. One of the problems that people see with the BEP is not the BEP formula itself, but the fact that thousands of teachers are funded outside of the BEP, so there's not enough money in the BEP to make it work. And so the reality is, if we put this in there, we'll make sure that we have sufficient funding as things come up under the TISA funding formula. The reality is, I believe too, that we could slow the roll on this and we don't have to decide between BEP and TISA. But I think whatever going forward that we have, we need to make sure that we are sufficiently funding and including those schools to have all of those positions. I move to adopt.
Representative Johnson moves adoption of amendment number 8. Proper motion, properly second. Any discussion? Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say that if passed, the TISA formula would place Tennessee as the second highest base in the Southeast and the 12th highest base in the country. It adds literally, and starting in next year's budget, it gives all of our school systems time to get ready for that, $1 billion new for K through 12 education, something both of us have mentioned on the floor in the past, additional funding for K through 12 education. The one difference that we have had over the years, obviously, is that I truly believe that the best decisions are made by our local school boards. They know how to allocate these funds. Our local school boards, our local director of schools, our local principals, and our local teachers are the ones that are hands-on dealing every day with parents and with students. They should be able to make a decision as to how to allocate these funds. We've got literally, again, if this passes, second highest in the Southeast, 12th highest in the country as far as the base. That's something we could be proud of. And just more money doesn't always equal better results, but with everything else in this bill, it will. And so with all due respect, I would move this amendment to the table.
It's proper motion, probably second. Department situation is Representative Johnson has moved adoption of amendment number 8. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table, cuts off all debate except for that of the sponsor. Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think that the important thing to remember here is that we've already passed the funding. We're talking about this legislation, and what I'm talking about here in this as amendment is a way to make this make certain that we are funding everything that we need to fund, and being specific about the positions and everything, so we don't end up in the situation that we are currently with the BEP. And so with that, I'm going to ask people to vote against the tabling motion.
Parliamentary situation is Representative Johnson has moved adoption of amendment number 8. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. We're voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member votes, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 69, 23 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 8 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment number 9 by Representative Stewart. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Stewart, you're recognized.
Yeah, I've got two amendments addressing charter schools, and so I'll talk on one and withdraw the other to keep our debate clear and clean. I just heard the leader talk about the need to leave local officials in charge of spending and in charge of their school budgets. I'm sorry, I have to say, this bill is worded to achieve the direct opposite result. And one of those mechanisms for doing so is direct allocation of funding under subsection C. Direct allocation of under subsection 5C. Direct allocation of funding is guided directly by the Department of Education. And you look on page 9 of the initial amendment setting out the bill, and you can see where it talks about the department promulgating rules to achieve the direct allocation. Put simply, here's what my amendment does. It takes public charter schools out of the direct allocation formula. So it would say the department cannot take your school dollars, circumvent your local officials, and directly allocate that money to charter schools. I think everybody knows that a central point of this bill is to make it easier to move money out of the traditional public schools in your districts to charter schools, which will now be created. And that's one of the reasons while all our locals are going to be facing property tax increases if this bill passes. What this amendment would simply do is say, no, we're not going to, for the first time, allow the department to just directly allocate money to those public charter schools. Haven't done it in the past, and we're not going to do it going forward. It's a really simple amendment. I'd urge you to consider it.
Representative Stewart moves adoption of amendment number 9. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for a moment there, I wasn't sure which one the moving party was going to withdraw. I'm going to assume it's possibly the next amendment. But on this particular amendment, we have provided some facility funding for public charter schools since 2017. And to take that out now, I mean, that's something that should be debated in a whole separate bill. With that, I would move this amendment to the table.
It's proper motion, probably seconded. Department of Situations, Representative Stewart has moved adoption of amendment number 9. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. Cuts off all debate, except for that of the sponsor. Representative Stewart, you're recognized.
That's not the funding I'm talking about. I'm talking the funding that would appear under 493105C and right now, and that is for all of the direct allocation of funding, which will be guided by the Department of Education's bureaucrats. And if you look to page 11 of the bill on the First Amendment, it's under subsection 5, C5. It puts the money directly into charter schools, bypassing your school boards. I'd highly recommend you consider this amendment and vote for it, which will prevent that allocation to public charter schools.
Department of Situations, Representative Stewart has moved adoption of amendment number 9. Leader Lamberth has moved that motion to the table. We are voting on the tabling motion. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As their member vote, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 70, 24 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to adopt amendment number 9 is tabled. 1 second, Chairman. Representative Warner, do you have a point of order?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I call for previous question.
Previous question's been called. There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 65, 27 nays.
Previous question prevails. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit confused. Were we calling previous question on amendments or on the bill itself?
Let's ask Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, as my understanding, the previous question was on the bill.
Representative Warner, that would be accurate. Representative Warner.
It's correct.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I'm speaking to the clerk. So all of the amendments and discussion on this most important piece of legislation have just been cut off. Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're saying to the citizens of the state of Tennessee?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, a rule state that if the question prevails on the main motion, its effect shall be to preclude all future amendments and terminate all debate.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Last question. And can that motion be reconsidered?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that cuts off all debate. There's no other way to get recognized except for, as you have, for parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Stewart.
Mr. Clerk, this is a parliamentary inquiry. Can the representative who called for the previous question withdraw that at this point?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, it's prevailed by 2/3 of those present, so it's too late for that motion to be withdrawn.
Representative Stewart.
How unfortunate for the people of the state of Tennessee that on probably the most important bill we'll pass this year, the majority.
We are voting on House Bill 2143 as amended. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 66, 28 nays, one present, not voted.
House Bill 2143, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings item 33, Bill 2346 for Chairman Boyd relative to utilities. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2282.
Chairman Boyd moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2282. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2282 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Boyd moves passage of Senate Bill 2282 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2282 would require utilities in the state of Tennessee, so that's natural gas utility providers, electricity utility providers, and water and wastewater utility providers to develop and implement a cybersecurity plan. Once a year, they would certify that they do, in fact, have a cybersecurity plan. The public utilities would do that to the comptroller during their annual audit. The investor-owned utilities would certify that with TPUC, with the exception of the electrical co-ops, which would do it in their annual audit with the comptroller. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Boyd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2282 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member votes, any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays.
Senate Bill 2282, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2382, but
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute Senate Bill 2326.
Chairman Boyd moves substitute form Senate Bill 2326, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2326 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Boyd moves passage of Senate Bill 2326 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment Number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Boyd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2326 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 2326, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed by objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2500 by Chairman Boyd relative to healthcare facilities. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2466.
Chairman Boyd moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2466, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2466 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Boyd moves passage of Senate Bill 2466 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2046 would simply transfer the Board of Licensing for Healthcare Facilities from the Department of Health over to the HSDA, would be renamed the Health Facilities Commission. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Boyd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 2466 has been to vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Crawford, aye. Sapicki, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays.
Senate Bill 2466, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2040 by Chairman Curcio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I roll this one space?
Without objection, roll one space. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk. Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, that's 2367 relative to notification systems. The Senate bill is now on the desk.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2377.
Chairman Kershaw moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2377, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2377 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kershaw moves passage of Senate Bill 2377 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Sexton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized. Or Vice Chairman Baum, over on third base, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Speaker, that brings us back to House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Sexton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Finance Ways and Means Committee, Amendment number 1, improved upon House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw House Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Kershaw renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2367 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change vote?
Anything else?
Doggy and I. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, no nays.
House Bill 2367 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2040 by Chairman Curcio. Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to item 36.
Chairman
That
Kershaw.
was road 1 space relative to electronic monitoring. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2000.
Chairman Kershaw moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2000, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2000 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kershaw moves passage of Senate Bill 2000 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Sexton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1 makes the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1 and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Vice Chairman Sexton moves adoption of House Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting House Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You have adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Kershaw renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the only question I have, and I think this is a very pertinent question on this particular bill, sir, you've been here for several years now, but is this your last bill on the House floor?
Chairman Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir, it is.
Leader Lambert.
Well, before we clap, though, there's also something else interesting about this bill. Was it also your first bill that you had filed? Because I don't think it made it to the floor that time, but was it your first bill?
Chairman Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is correct. As a baby freshman, I filed this bill and got my rear end handed to me, and am proud to say that after 6 years, I finally made it to the finish line.
Lambert.
It's very interesting you say that, because the finish line is if the board lights up green. And reminding us that 6 years ago was a bad idea may remind us that it could be a bad idea even today. We'll see how it shakes out. But I did want to congratulate you on your final bill on the House floor. It's been an honor to serve with you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Curcio, you and I have shared Murray County for these last 4 years together, and you've gone with Representative Butt before that. And just wanted to say thank you from the people of Murray County for representing them up here, and we really appreciate your service to us. Thank you.
Chairman Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to serve with you as well, Scott, and honestly with every member on this floor. So it's bittersweet, obviously, but it's been a great joy of my life to be able to serve on this historic floor and with each one of you. So thank you for sharing Murray County with me, sir.
Any further discussion on the bill? Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman Curcio, I couldn't help, but since you'd mentioned you had ran this 6 years ago, I can't help myself, but just one more time to ask you, is this something we do every year?
Chairman Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my good friend, Chairman Farmer, it is unless we forget.
Any further discussion? Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for being my partner in crime up here and in Dixon.
Chairman Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Lady Littleton, it's been my honor to get to serve with you. Thank you so much for your leadership.
Representative Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Michael, we came in together. We had I think it was one of the best classes that I think that ever came in, even though we had one of the shortest members ever to serve in that class. I want to tell you, I really enjoyed working with you. And Mr. Speaker, can I just tell a quick story on Representative Curcio? Tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Understood there, leader. It's a quick one. Okay, thank you, Mr. Michael. Gonna miss you, buddy.
Any further discussion? Oh, Rep. Crawford, would you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was really trying to lead the claps on that. I apologize for that, but I just wanted to take a minute. We all come in together, and it's been great serving with you. And I never will forget, one of the proudest moments I've had since I've been down here was the stand that you took the day the little boy, they couldn't find him, Joe Bob or whatever his name was, and how your community, Joe Claude, how you guys rallied around that family. And that meant a lot to me. And that let me know that there was a lot of good people in this General Assembly who truly do care about their people and here for the right reasons. So you'll be missed.
Any further discussion? See none. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2000 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, any member wish to change their vote? Powell, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 2000 received constitutional majority. I hereby declare pass without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2572 by Chairman Doggett and others relative to retirement benefits. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2872.
Chairman Doggett moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2872. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2872 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Doggett moves passage of Senate Bill 2872 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you. Same as the Senate Amendment number 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're doing here is we're establishing a task force that will be attached to the Department of Treasury to study the retirement benefits of law enforcement officers. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 2872, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member cast votes, any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, one nay.
Senate Bill 2872 and received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1874 by Chairman Halsey and others relative to sales tax exemption for sales of certain coins, currency, and precious metal bullion. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Halsey, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move and substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1857.
Chairman Halsey moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1857. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1857 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Halsey moves passage of Senate Bill 1857 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Shirley Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for adoption and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Shirley Hazelwood moves adoption of House Amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of Amendment number 1, say aye, aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further
Chairman
amendments.
Halsey, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 7 years, I would come up to the goal line and get to Finance Committee, and I could not get it passed. And recently, an angel appeared by night to the Finance Committee, and he spoke and said, "Behold, quit taxing the gold." And they heard, and their ears were opened, and I am here. This bill removes sales tax and use tax on precious metal bullion, rare coins, and paper money. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Halsey renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any object? Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you going to bring bill to also tax exempt myrrh and Frankenstein?
Chairman Halsey.
I don't have anything to say.
All right.
Speaker.
Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 1857 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1857 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for series table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2711 by Representative Howell.
Chairman Howell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to roll this bill one space.
Without objection, rolled one space. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 20. Item 20, House Bill 2392 by Chair Lady Moody.
Chair Lady Moody, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request to be rolled to the heel of the calendar.
Without objection, rolled to the hill. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to Chairman Howell, item 40, 2711.
Chairman Howell, you recognize.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The Senate is currently on this bill, so I need to roll it one more space, please.
Without objection, rolled one space. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2608 by Chairman Vaughn and others to enact the Tennessee Broadband Investment Maximization Act of 2022.
Chairman Vaughn, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2608 Oh, wait. Yes. No, I'm sorry. I'm scripted.
Chairman Vaughn,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I
You're
now
recognized.
move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2852. 2480. Can I file a complaint? Harassment. We just had a serious instructional video about workplace harassment, and now I'm subjected to this.
are you needing a mulligan? Is that what you're needing right now? Chairman Vaughn moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2480. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2480 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 2480 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Bracken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 1 is the same as Senate Amendment number 1. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2, House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Same as Senate Amendment 2, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2480 is a temporary 3-year sales tax cut on materials used in the expansion of broadband across this great state. And with that, sir, I'll renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2480 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member casts their vote, any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. Hal.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 2480 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for consideration is tabled. Call it next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2711 by Chairman Howell. Mr. Speaker, that's item 40.
Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we're on item 40 by Chairman Howell, 2711, relative to children. The Senate bill is now on the desk.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2729.
Chairman Howell moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 2729, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2729 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 2729 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a result of the Refugee Study Committee that met over the summer, had several hearings. What it seeks to do is address a situation that arose over the summer in Chattanooga, and it creates a non-traditional child care agency. This bill was written in consultation, close consultation with the Department of Children's Services. While Tennessee has no standing in regard to immigration, federal law and state law both agree that we do have standing with regard to the safety of unaccompanied children that come into Tennessee. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2729, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 2729, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most for consider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we're on item 42. Item 42, House Bill 1987 by Chairman Vaughn relative to utilities. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Back by popular demand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2852.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2852, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move passage of Senate Bill 2852 on the third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 2852 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Brecken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 1 is the same as Senate Amendment number 1. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides some streamlining and some transparency to various aspects of utility expansion. With that, I'll renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2852, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 2852, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Motion for reconsider is tabled. Representative Williams, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I realize I was out of order, but as the representative from the District of Champions makes his way back to his seat in his linen attire, ready for the beach, I thought we'd take a moment to recognize him on this coming Saturday, since God willing, we won't be here. Kevin Vaughn, my good friend, Chairman of Commerce, will celebrate his 60th birthday. Happy birthday.
Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2094 by Chairman White relative to higher education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2019.
Chairman White moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2019, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2019 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage of Senate Bill 2019 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I had an amazing closing statement on an earlier bill. May I incorporate that at this time?
No, sir.
No, thank you. Members, this is simply a cleanup bill I received from THEC, Tennessee Higher Education Commission. It simply cleans up language in the code around Tennessee's financial aid programs. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew the motion.
Chairman White renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, just for the sponsored knowledge, a lot of us had a lot to say on the biggest bill in the last 40 years in this General Assembly, but since democracy got overlooked.
Representative Mitchell, you need to stay on the bill. It's not time to make political statements. If you want to question the bill, that's perfectly fine. You have any questions on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
I just want to know, is this a legislative body or are we just going to?
All right, thank you very much. Representative Clemens, you're recognized. Representative Clemens, you're recognized. Passes. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2019, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts a vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 2 nays.
Senate Bill 2019, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2000 by Representative Cochran relative to evaluations. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1986.
Representative Cochran moves substitute and form Senate Bill 1986, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1986 on third and final consideration.
Representative Cochran moves passage of Senate Bill 1986 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call first minute.
House Education and Instruction Amendment Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a measure to encourage high-performing teachers to go to schools that may be struggling. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Cochran renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1986 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their votes, any member wish to change their vote? Right eye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 1986, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads here is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2043 by Representative Cochran and others relative to controlled substances. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1997.
Representative Cochran moves substitute and form Senate Bill 1997, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1997 on third and final consideration.
Representative Cochran moves passage of Senate Bill 1997 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it first amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1 removes the exceptions to the Class A misdemeanor offense of selling, distributing, purchasing, or possessing kratom, which I still feel is a really good idea, but I don't think I've got the votes for it, so I will withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Similar to Senate Amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill addresses a drug called tyneptine. It's available in many convenience stores. It's a very damaging drug, has similar effects to meth and heroin. This takes that out of those stores, makes it a Class A misdemeanor, again, which would take it off the shelves. With that, I will renew my motion.
Representative Cochran renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the chairman. I wish that we still had kratom in here. I think that's a terrible drug to have that's available. But my question is with this, sounds like I've not heard of this specific drug, but sounds like it's a problem that we need to address. Can you speak to, by getting it out of the stores, are the punishments going to be on the retailers? Is this going to no longer be available in the stores? Or is it also, are we also adding a punishment if people are found to be in possession of this?
Representative Cochran.
Thank you. So with it being a Class A misdemeanor, it would take that off the shelf. So if they tried to purchase that, it would be that Class A misdemeanor. So obviously we want to try to stop that on the front end and just stop its initial sale. It is marketed as a dietary supplement a lot. Again, you'll kind of see it at the front of those gas stations. One of the brand names is Zaza Red. But again, we want to stop that before it gets into the possession of someone else. And so stopping it at the convenience stores from the retailer.
Representative Powell.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. Like I said, I'm in favor of the bill. I wish we also had kratom. Hopefully we can work on that in the future. I think that's a major issue to have that available in stores, but I'll support your bill. Thank you.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why isn't Kratom or however you pronounce it in this bill?
Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, really for for reasons stated earlier, one thing, it is not in the Senate version. Again, there were some mixed views on how to address kratom specifically, whether to ban that entirely or to put some sort of regulation on that, maybe 21 and over. Just felt like there was maybe a little bit deeper debate to go into on that particular subject. My bill, when initially filed, addressed tianeptine specifically. I didn't want, again, a larger debate on kratom to sink this effort. I'm certainly willing to have that discussion, but didn't seem that the Senate was going to take that up. So we just went with the tianeptine.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're familiar enough with it, can you explain the difference between what you're pulling off the shelves in kratom?
Representative Cochran.
Representative, while I'm not an expert in that at all, one specific difference I can tell you, tianeptine is a chemical compound, so it's a synthetic compound made in a lab. Kratom is a plant. It's a natural plant. Again, I'm not saying that's good or bad, but that would be one difference. Tianeptine is a chemically made substance. Kratom would be a natural substance.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1997 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. Senate Bill 1997 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. File next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2544 by Representative Alexander and others relative to coverage for breast examinations.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2544 on third and final consideration.
Representative Alexander moves passage. Bobby second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Amendment Committee Amendment Number 1 amends Section 1 of the bill to set low-dose mammography guidelines for women of certain age groups. Move to adopt.
Chairman Kumar moves adoption of amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. We adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is very near and dear to my heart, probably the most valuable bill I've done since I've been here. Because I was a woman who had very dense breast tissue and ended up having to have a double mastectomy. I don't want any woman in this state to go through that. And if we can catch breast cancer at an early age, which is what this bill will allow us to do, we can save women's lives every day in this state. So I renew my motion.
Representative Alexander renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2544 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
House Bill 2544 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2331 by Representative Bricken and others relative to voting machines. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Representative Bracken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform with Senate Bill 2558.
Representative Bracken moves substitute conform Senate Bill 2558, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Bracken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of Senate Bill 2558 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bracken moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2558, properly second without objection. Oh, sorry. Representative Bracken moves passage of Senate Bill 2558 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Bracken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation I'm very proud of. For you members that are in the 61 counties that don't have voting machines with a paper audit trail, over the course of the next 2 years, this bill, fully funded, will not cost your county any money. And we need to thank Trey Hargett, our Secretary of State, and the governor for funding this roughly $30 million that's going to cost to upgrade or replace these machines in those 61 counties. So with that explanation, I renew my motion.
Representative Bracken renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2558 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Is there a member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 2558 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare pass without objection. Most Rick Sears tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1646 by Representative Hall and others relative to criminal offenses against an animal. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2013.
Representative Hall moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2013, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the passage of Senate Bill 2013 on its third and final consideration.
Representative Hall moves passage of Senate Bill 2013 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the
Objection. Amendment number 1, roll to the hilt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Same as Senate Amendment number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection. Amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As much as it pains me to say it, Senate Amendment number 1 improved on House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1. Therefore, I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is regarding the assault on law enforcement canines. Assault resulting in bodily harm or death results in a Class D felony. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hall renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2013, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts a vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 77, 6 nays.
Senate Bill 2013 has received constitutional majority. Hereby declare passed without objection. Mr. Rick Sears table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1833 by Representative Hall relative to littering. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2012.
Representative Hall moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2012, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the passage of Senate Bill 2012 on its third and final consideration.
Representative Hall moves passage of Senate Bill 2012 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further.
Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2012 is regarding the disposal of car tires in unauthorized areas. 8 or less tires would be a misdemeanor, or 7 or less than 8 tires would be a Class A misdemeanor. 8 or more results in a Class E felony. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would need my motion.
Representative Hall renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2012 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Camper, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
8, no nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2012, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1274 by Representative Powell and others relative to work share programs. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Powell, your recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 958.
Representative Powell moves to substitute conform to Senate Bill 958, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 958 on third and final consideration.
Representative Powell moves passage of Senate Bill 958 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And given the fact that House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1 coincidentally matches that of Senate Amendment number 1, we will move to withdraw our fine amendment.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Shirley Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Shirley Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this would create a voluntary work share program. What that is, it's an alternative to layoffs. So if we were to face a downturn in the economy or a specific industry was to face challenges, rather than laying off employees, it could instead choose to reduce work hours for all employees. And this is oftentimes a smart strategy for a lot of businesses and companies because they want to make sure that they maintain those employees. The other advantage is it allows those employees to still maintain their benefits. So they might have health benefits, retirement benefits, they can still maintain those. And hopefully then when the economy picks back up, they can return to full employment and they can not miss a beat. It's important to know that the company would have to agree to this. They would also work in tandem with the Department of Labor and Workforce Development for this. And I just want to say that it's important that people maintain their jobs. Actually, Governor Ned Ray McWhorter said the best social service program is a good paying job. And that is what this is all about, making sure that we keep things moving along. We face a downturn or a recession or we have a bump in the road with any industry. The Tennessee Chamber of Commerce has been very helpful with this. Chairman Vaughn has been very helpful as we've worked through this legislation the last couple of years. And I feel like this is a really important bill for commerce and jobs in the state of Tennessee. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Powell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 958 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone cast their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 958, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, yes, sir. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I have an announcement for the benefit of the members. We have put together a consent calendar number 2. It should be appearing in the dashboard application shortly if it hasn't already. I just wanted the members to be aware of that so you could go ahead and start looking through it and seeing those items that we have set for consent calendar number 2.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 2723 by Representative Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Miller at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that we roll that to the hill of the calendar.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Call up next item, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2030 by Chairman Kiesling relative to taxation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to the Senate Bill 2078.
Chairman Kiesling moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2078, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Kiesling.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 2078 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Kiesling moves passage of Senate Bill 2078 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this House Bill 20, or excuse me, Senate Bill 2078 came to us through the, or by the Tennessee Marine Association. There has been phenomenal growth the past 5 years along our lakes and waterways here in the state. With that comes, of course, needed improvements such as parking lot expansions, ingress, egress, roads going in and out of, coming in and out of these facilities. So with that, currently our TWRA receives, for these improvements, TWRA receives 0.53%. Now, again, that's 53% of the fuel assessment off the pumps at these marinas. This amendment will simply, or this bill will just simply change that percentage to 0.8 to reflect that growth that has occurred since 2017. With that, I'll entertain any questions, renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Kiesling renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my good friend, Representative Kelly Kiesling, is this raising the tax at the marina for our boats, or is this just redistributing funds to TWRA?
Chairman Kiesling.
This is coming into TWRA so they can redistribute and get these improvements made. Yes.
Representative Weaver.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2078 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 7 ayes.
Senate Bill 2078, having received constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed by objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1899 by Representative Weaver relative to teacher licensure. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Weaver, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1864.
Representative Weaver moves substitute conform Senate Bill 1864, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1864 on third and final consideration.
Representative Weaver moves passage of Senate Bill 1864 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Weaver, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1864 authorizes a teacher who is holding a second or third temporary teaching permit to apply to the Department of Education for a practitioner license to continue teaching the course or subject area taught pursuant to that teacher's temporary permit under certain conditions. The bill lists those bars that the teacher has to meet. It requires the State Board of Education to establish the requirements for a limited license and to issue and to develop a pathway for a teacher who possesses a limited license to obtain a practitioner license. So this is a good tool to not only recruit our teachers, but also to retain them. And I move passage.
Representative Weaver renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1864 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 14 nays.
Senate Bill 1864 having received the constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reeks series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2226 by Chairman Powers relative to middle college scholarships. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2081.
Chairman Powers moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2081, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2081 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Powers moves passage of Senate Bill 2081 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for adoption. I'm sorry, same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk. Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2081 is regarding the middle college program. It's operated by the two-year post-secondary institution in partnership with LEAs. It permits students in the fall of their junior year of high school to enter into a two-year institution and at the same time earn a high school diploma and an associate degree. 95% of the students who complete the program continue on to complete a four-year degree. This bill would raise the middle college scholarship from $1,250 to $2,000 per semester. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Powers renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2081, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As they remember, cast your vote. As they remember which change their vote. Halsey, aye. Stewart, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, 1 nay.
Senate Bill 2081 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion reeks series table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2763 by Representative Hurt and others relative to the Uniform Motor Vehicles Records Disclosure Act.
Representative Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2763 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hurt moves passage, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment does rewrite the bill. We'll defer to the sponsor for further explanation. We move to adopt.
Chairman Keesling moves adoption amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this legislation is amended to delete sections 11 and 12 from TCA 55-25-107, which sets forth who the Department of Safety and the Department of Revenue may share information with. What we're trying to do here is prevent the amount of
Go right ahead.
We're good? Is to prevent the amount of information that comes from the state of Tennessee that telemarketers are using to create their databases, which result in phone calls to our constituents. So hopefully we will reduce that number. This legislation will not stop it, but it is a step toward reducing the number of calls our constituents get. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Hurt renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you. I'm ready to sign on, but tell me, how does it reduce it?
Representative Hurt.
It deletes sections 11 and 12 from TCA 55-25-107. Those sections read, for any other use in response to requests for individual motor vehicle records, if the state has obtained the express consent of the person to whom the personal information pertains. And 12 is in bulk distribution for surveys, marketing, or solicitation, if the state has obtained the express consent of the person to whom the personal information pertains. So we're preventing them from releasing for those informations, for those reasons. Sorry.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman, for bringing this legislation. We actually had a big story in the news about this last year in Memphis, and maybe you saw it also, but this is a good bill, man. I appreciate you bringing it. I forgot to bring it, and thank you for covering me, but I'm bringing it now when I sign on to your bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2763 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As they remember, vote. As they remember, wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
House Bill 2763 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2625 by Representative Baum relative to TennCare.
Representative Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2625 on third and final consideration.
Representative Baum moves passage. Public sector. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for adoption and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 2. Public second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Representative Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will renew my motion.
Representative Baum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? I'm sorry. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2625 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member votes, the amendment is changed. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays, 1 present, unvoted.
House Bill 2625, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsidered is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 324 by Representative Baum relative to grading systems. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 388.
Representative Baum moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 388, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Baum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 388 on third and final consideration.
Representative Baum moves passage of Senate Bill 388 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as the Senate amendment.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that would change the grading scale in Tennessee for letter grades from the current 7-point scale to a 10-point scale, which is the same scale used by virtually all states in the country and all of Tennessee's neighboring states. This would offer several advantages to Tennesseans. First of all, when Tennesseans apply to competitive colleges like Harvard and Duke, or when they apply to competitive scholarships, they wouldn't be disadvantaged relative to students from other states. I'll just give an example. Currently, if a student from Kentucky with a 92 were to apply to Harvard, that 92 would be considered an A, but a Tennessean with a 92 applying to Harvard would have a B. Harvard might mistakenly think that the Kentucky student is the better applicant. This bill would change that. It would also remove the potential for high school students moving to Tennessee and having their GPAs go down because of our different grading scale. I renew my motion.
Representative Baum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. I told you in committee, I appreciate you bringing this bill. It's a good bill. It will cause uniformity and stop some of the antics that happened previously before you got here, where we had, the state-run achievement school district was changing their grading scale so it could look like the schools were doing good when the schools in fact were not doing good. And so I thank you for bringing that, man, keeping some uniformity across the state. Good bill. Appreciate you.
Representative Sapicki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, are you sure you're accurate on that information about students from Kentucky going to Harvard?
Representative Baum.
They can apply, but it doesn't mean they're getting in.
Any further discussion? Representative Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just real quick, does this also apply to private schools?
Representative Baum.
I believe it just apply to public schools.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 388, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Senate Bill 388, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for reconsideration is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1661 by Representative Gillespie and others relative to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1673.
Representative Gillespie moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1673, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1673 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gillespie moves passage of Senate Bill 1673 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1 corrects 2 typographical errors. I move to adopt House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kershaw moves adoption of House Amendment number 1, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of House Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Gillespie renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Slow down there, young man. You're not Chairman Curcio just yet. Can you explain the bill, please?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, what this bill does is it adds an additional offense to reckless driving, which would be aggravated reckless driving, and that would be a misdemeanor. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gillespie renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell.
Thank you. I just want to rise in support of this bill. I've spoken about this issue before, but this continues to be an issue in our state, is where people essentially drive through our communities at extremely high speeds. And this specifically in my district has been a major problem. And I hear a lot from my constituents. And I think anything we can do to make sure that people drive responsibly, especially when they're in residential neighborhoods, is extremely important. You know, people have their children out playing on these streets and walking and just trying to enjoy their neighborhoods and their communities, and then somebody comes barreling down the street at unreasonably ridiculous speeds and threatens, you know, quite frankly, it's a threat to life. And so I know this gets to that, and it's an ongoing effort, but hopefully people will take this seriously and reduce and respect our communities, because quite frankly, I'm sick of people driving and endangering lives of Tennesseans with their cars. And it's time to stop, and I appreciate your efforts, ongoing efforts to address this issue. Thank you.
Representative Gillespie, any comment? No. Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the sponsors, I think I'm supporting this bill, but I would still have to ask the question. So this bill adds a criminal offense to speeding?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What it does is, so we already have a criminal offense of reckless driving. This would add an additional offense of aggravated reckless driving that would be up to the discretion of the prosecutor to, depending on the circumstances, either to go up to aggravated reckless driving or maybe even pleading down from some more serious offense down to aggravated reckless driving.
Representative Chisholm.
So what are the parameters for the heightened level of reckless driving?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you like me to read the entire code or
Representative Chisholm.
The short version, if you can.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the short version would be intentionally or knowing, and then if you read the rest of the code, but it's intentionally and knowing as opposed to just kind of weaving in and out of traffic, not really knowing what you're doing. I would say that antithesis of intentionally being a bad driver, I suppose.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you.
Representative Parkinson, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No, we're not doing that right now. We're sensitive about calling that question right now. And I'm looking at that, and thank you for bringing the legislation, first of all. Intentionally or knowingly impedes traffic upon a public street, highway, alley, parking lot. So would it be individuals that block off the traffic in order for other individuals to do donuts in the middle of the highway or freeway?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is my intention. Last year, I had similar legislation that went after drag racing, and this is hoping to fill the gaps because there's a lot of reckless behavior on the streets that may be leading up to drag racing, but it is not yet drag racing, and that is what this is. The intent of this is to give the DAs and police officers one more tool to prevent this dangerous driving.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what about those trucks that intentionally impede traffic on the highway or try to slow the traffic down on the highway or the streets, or caravans and things of that nature that intentionally try to slow down traffic? Could they be charged under these things? Because they would be intentionally and knowingly impeding. Would that work for them also?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say again, it's up to the prosecution to use their discretion for certain situations. I would also say that I don't think a truck going, from 70 to 65 miles an hour would fit the category of reckless driving.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that, but that's not what I was talking about. Sometimes on our highways, you'll have two that is slow the traffic down to 45, 55 miles an hour, is just being possibly spiteful or something up of traffic. And then in other cases, you had these truck caravans that were going through from city to city that were slow and intentionally impeding traffic. Will that fit for the truck caravans that are going through city to city and intentionally impeding traffic?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just go back to the intentional element of disregarding public safety, and I do not believe in that situation. Those people are intentionally trying to put other people's lives in danger, which is what this bill is addressing.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Gillespie. I think that the intentionally and knowingly impeding traffic language speaks for itself. So I hope that it'll address all of those. And I appreciate you again. I appreciate you bringing this legislation. And I'm going to sneak over here and sign to it so it doesn't crash your legislation because I'm signed on. Appreciate you. Thanks for bringing the bill.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does a certain speed, like going 85 on the interstate, be considered reckless driving?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear that first part. I'm sorry.
Representative Byrd.
Like certain speed, like going 85 in a 70 miles per hour interstate?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you. This bill does not address or define a specific, I believe that's already in code. I don't know the number on that.
Representative Byrd.
Okay, I was just really worried about Representative Sexton on driving on the interstate.
You're talking about Granger. Granger.
Yes, yes.
Very nice. Representative Gillespie.
I would just like to say, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say that speed alone does not constitute as reckless driving.
Representative Byrd.
Okay, that's better. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Representative Vogels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only thing I was confused about reading the language, it talks about parking lots could not intentionally impede driving on premises, shopping centers, parking lots, trailer parks, or apartment complexes. Is that still in the final amendment? And Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason I asked that is I've actually had subcontractors and stuff involved with wrecks on private property, and the law enforcement that responded said they did not have jurisdiction. So I'm wondering if your amendment is somehow giving jurisdiction to private property, and we might have an undue circumstance here. Was that discussed in committee at all?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two answers to that. First of all, that part of the section of the code is just mirroring what's already there. And secondly, in that situation you just gave, the police do have jurisdiction in that area if the owner of the parking lot gives consent.
Very nice. Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was the response I was looking for. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1673 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member cast their vote, any member which change their vote. Sapiki, aye. Moody, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 84, 4 nays, 1 present, unvoted.
Senate Bill 1673, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed by objection to the most recent series table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 536 by Chairman Hawk and others relative to compensation for certain costs incurred by dealers in accounting for and remitting sales and use tax to the state. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substituting the form to Senate Bill 500.
Chairman Hawk moves substitute form Senate Bill 500, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 500 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 500 on third and final consideration, probably second. And Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 22 years ago, Tennessee had something called a vendors compensation program that would allow sales tax collecting vendors to produce a small amount of sales tax off of their payments. This is going to reinstate that for a non-recurring period next year. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I move previous question. Excuse me. I can't read from here. I renew my motion.
Chairman
as
Hawk
indicated.
renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 500 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 500, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection to most recent series table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 24, House Bill 1927 by Leader Lamberth.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could move that down below item number 70, please.
Without objection, rolled past item 70. Without objection. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 519 by Chair Lady Hazelwood relative to taxation. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0884.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill. Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 884, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 884 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage of Senate Bill 884 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized. Oh, Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the second in a series, the third actually, in a series of tax relief bills that we have looked at today. Chairman Hawford had one this morning on the farm tax. Chairman Hawk just presented one for vendor compensation. This one is one that a number of people in this chamber have worked on for a significant amount of time. I'd like to recognize them and thank them for that work, but this is the professional privilege tax. We are removing physicians, both MDs and osteopaths, from the professional privilege tax in keeping with the methodology that we have used in the past in eliminating taxes on a gradual basis from our recurring budget to make sure that we're fiscally responsible. This will allow for about almost a $10 million tax relief. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hazelwood renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Madam Chairman, thank you for carrying this bill. And I want to commend you and Leader Gant and Representative Todd and several others for championing this effort. And I will say just publicly, I know that all of us collectively agree that the goal is to completely do away with this tax. It should not have never been put in to begin with, and on every single profession, we're gradually doing it the same way we do in Tennessee, very responsible and reasonable and methodical as we cut taxes down. But I did want to just double check. I know we passed the budget last week, but if for everybody here, if you could please remind us, how much did we actually cut in taxes for the people of Tennessee in the budget that passed, including this one?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
There are other tax relief bills that we will be considering, and altogether it's over $300 million. I forgot the bill that Chairman Vaughn presented earlier today, which was 3-year tax relief on broadband materials and installations. So again, I keep repeating that, hoping that somebody in the media is going to pick up on it, but our friends in the media seem to focus on other things. But when you go back home, just be proud of the fact that our budget in Tennessee, we're putting over $300 million back into Tennesseans' pockets.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 884, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Grills, aye. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Senate Bill 884, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2640 by Chair Lady Hazelwood and others relative to motor vehicle registration. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2491.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Chairman Howell moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2491 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to ask this question. I didn't get a chance to actually ask this because the question was called on the budget, but I want to ask you this because pertains to specifically for this bill. This doesn't take any money out of the highway fund. Is that correct?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
That is correct. These dollars will be from the general fund, while the dollars that are collected normally are directed into the highway fund and another small fund. We are making those funds whole from the general fund.
Chair Lady, Representative Powell.
Thank you. You know, I think one thing I've heard from a lot of people across the state of Tennessee is with all the different potholes that are currently, on our interstates and highways, and it's a serious problem. I mean, there are some, like literally, it's like your car, if you hit the pothole, good luck. And it's costing the Tennesseans a lot of money. And so I just want to make sure that we're not doing that. And hopefully, there's some other issues that the highway fund is being utilized to fix that and address that issue because I don't know, for whatever reason, it's been a significant problem here in Middle Tennessee and I know across the state. So I just want to make sure we weren't pulling money out of the highway fund because we need those funds to keep our roads in good shape. Thank you.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
I can assure the member and any Tennesseans that might be watching, the highway funds will be kept whole. TDOT will be kept whole. There is nothing in this bill that will take monies away from their work and their efforts.
Let the journal reflect that Amendment 1 was withdrawn by the chairman. Representative Mitchell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, how much is this saving each Tennessean per tag?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It depends on how many vehicles Tennessean owns. The registration fee will be waived for personal vehicles, motorcycles, and autocycles. Personal vehicles only, not commercial vehicles, and not for my friends who have trucking companies, that they won't be impacted, but personal vehicles, autocycles, and motorcycles. And I would like to point out that you all probably remember we passed legislation a few years ago that for electric vehicles, they pay $100 additional registration fee. That does not eliminate that $100. It's $23.75, which is what is the state portion of your vehicle license registration fee, and the local fees will still remain. If your local government has a wheel tax or some other fees that would apply, those would still remain, but this will put $121 million. It's $121 million back in the pockets of Tennesseans.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Sponsor. But the gas tax, I'm paying about $4 for every tank of gas, and I'm filling up about once a week. So 52 weeks a year, if let's say we just gave 3 months. So 12 weeks times 4.48, that would be double. If we just did a 90-day moratorium on the gas tax, we'd save each Tennessean double. So I just want everybody to realize what 90 days moratorium could do twice as good as this for all Tennessee families.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not an expert on the taxing system on gasoline, but in looking into this, the way that gasoline is taxed, my understanding is that if we did that, it would basically help the distributors. It would not reach the end user. So this is a way to get dollars directly into the pockets of Tennessee citizens.
Any further discussion? See none. Any objection to the question? See none. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2491, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member cast a vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 2491, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The motion read serious table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2213 by Chair Lady Hazelwood, relative to the creation of a healthcare task force to review reimbursement of health professionals employed by agencies performing healthcare services in this state. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2304.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves substitute conform Senate Bill 2304, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2304 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage of Senate Bill 2304 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Vice Chairman Baum, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. Same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hazelwood renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2304, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 2304, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The motion read serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2118 by Leader Lamberth, relative to sentencing.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 2118 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption amendment number 2, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Chairman Hazelwood's leadership is so exceptional that her amendment improved our amendment, so I withdraw mine.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2118 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, no nays.
House Bill 2118, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Motion read serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 959 by Chairman Whitson and others, relative to licensure of professional counselors. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Whitson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1027.
Chairman Whitson moves substitute form Senate Bill 1027, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1027 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Whitson moves passage of Senate Bill 1027 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment requires the board to notify the chairs of government operation committees of the Senate and the House in writing when the compact goes into effect. Move to adopt.
Chairman Reagan moves adoption of amendment number 2. Bobby seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Whitson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 959 will authorize licensed professional counselors to obtain and maintain a license in other compact states while authorizing Tennessee to continue to regulate their license. This will remove the need for counselors to obtain a separate license in each state which they wish to practice. Benefits include increasing job opportunities for professional counselors, supporting military spouses during relocation, and enhanced mobility for licensed counselors. All of this is especially important to our state, which is short mental health counselors. This compact is constitutionally authorized and legally binding. States currently approving this contract includes Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, West Virginia, and Florida. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Whitson, motion. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1027 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Is there a member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 1027, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 335 by Chairman Hicks, relative to compensation paid to firefighters for certain conditions or injuries. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1569.
Chairman Hicks moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1569, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1569 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 1569 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 335 amends the Barry Brady Firefighter Cancer Presumption Act of 2019 by adding testicular cancer and leukemia to the list of cancers covered under current cancer presumption law. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1569 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member casts votes, any member wish to change their vote? Hardaway, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 1569, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 66 was previously taken up and passed by the body. That brings us to item 67, House Bill 2274 by Chairman Williams, relative to regulation of property development. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2849.
Chairman Williams moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2849, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2849.
Chairman Williams moves passage of Senate Bill 2849 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will allow for the application of Nolan Dolan test for right-of-way dedications and regional and municipal planning commissions. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2849 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ogles, aye. Hakeem, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 2849 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1325 by Representative Hardaway relative to driver education and Title I schools. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized. Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1508.
Representative Hardaway moves substitute form Senate Bill 1508, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, you may recall the other day we had some bills and we talked about prevention and intervention in terms of crime and other things. This is a simple bill, but it does so much for our children and for our community. This bill will require the Office of Research and Education Accountability to, along with the comptroller, to study in collaboration with the Department of Ed, Tennessee Student Assistance Corporation, the Department of Labor and Workforce Development, and the Department of Human Services, how to create and deliver a program for driver's ed to our children. This bill was actually brought to me and Representative Barbara Cooper by students at White Station High School in Memphis. At that time, it was in my district. Since it's in Mark White's district, he's been a critical part of this. And Melrose High School in Orange Mound. What's important about this process is to realize that some students who began the process have moved on to college and on to real life, because we actually started this about 5 or 6 years ago as a senior class project, but the subsequent students have picked it up. This is what civics and democracy is all about, and getting our young folks engaged at an early age and showing them some success. So I thank the committees that this bill actually came through for recognizing how important it is to have the interaction with our young folks and to show them that democracy works. They've actually involved themselves in the legislative process. So I want to thank everyone who had a hand in this for doing what those children at White Station High School under Professor Erica Sugarman and Melrose High School under the family engagement specialist Latonia Blankenship, for understanding and appreciating that driver's ed is out of reach of some of those students. Some of the families can't afford $500, $600 for a driver's ed course. What does driver's ed do? It makes safer drivers. We had bills earlier dealing from Rep. Gillespie, dealing with reckless driving. This is what it's all about, educating our children, giving them the proper training so they can access jobs, access educational opportunities, and build that better life, along with healthcare too, by the way, and build that better life for themselves and their families. With that, Mr. Speaker, pending any questions, I move passage of Senate Bill 1508 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hardaway moves passage of Senate Bill 1508 on third and final consideration. By second, Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Instruction Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairlady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Representative Hardaway, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pending any questions, I renew my motion.
All right, Representative Hardaway renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1508, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their votes, any member wish to change their vote. Dixie, aye. Is that right? Cochran, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 3 nays.
Senate Bill 1508, having received the constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2677 by Representative Leatherwood relative to public servants. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2445.
Representative Leatherwood moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2445, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Leatherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2445 on third and final consideration.
Representative Leatherwood moves passage of Senate Bill 2445 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1. Mr. Speaker, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Kershaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1 is in the Senate bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates an offense for an employer to influence or attempt to influence by means of coercion a public servant employee to vote or not to vote in a particular manner. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Leatherwood renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2445 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member casts their votes, any member wish to change their vote, Powell, aye. Parkinson will be a none. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 2445 having received the constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. Most for reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
Mr. Speaker, we're on House Bill 2565 by Representative Hakeem relative to the Special Supplemental Food Program for Women, Infants, and Children. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Keem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2043.
Representative Keem moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2043, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Keem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2043 on third and final consideration.
Representative Keem moves passage of Senate Bill 2043 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Representative Keem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is requires the Department of Health to continue to utilize remote use of the Special Supplemental Food Program for Women, Infants, and Children, the WIC program, as a similar level that has been available in 2020, 21, and 22, requiring the Department of Health to conduct a review of remote use of WIC and report findings to the chairs of the General Assembly Health Committees no later than December 15th, 2022. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hakeem renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2043, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As there are member cast votes, there are members change vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 2043, having received the constitutional majority, hereby declared passed without objection. Most read series table. All right, Chairman Faison is dying to speak today. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition finally. Members, we want to encourage you to keep all the calendars on your desk that you have. You're going to need some for tomorrow. In addition, those of you who have been here for several years, you'll remember that we have a very important position that we like to appoint, the chairman of the paper drive. Tomorrow that will happen, and you will be able to allow the papers on your desk be presented to the chairman of our paper drive. So make sure you keep those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the indulgence.
Thank you. Members, we have messages. We're just making sure we get them in order. We're going to do the message calendar. So that way, if we need to set up a conference committee, we can do that and start that in the morning. Don't have to worry about doing that in the morning. And then there's a little consent calendar that should be on your laptops or iPads, and we'll take care of that, and then we'll call it a night. So we should be done here in a little bit. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have some messages from the Senate. First one, Senate Bill 2247 by Sexton and Granger. The message reads, Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 2247. The Senate non-concurred in House Amendment number 3.
Here he comes. Representative Sexton, that's right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we refuse to recede from our actions in adopting Amendment number 3.
Okay. Without objection, we refuse to recede. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 2204 by Chairman Rudd. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House 2204. The Senate refused to recede from its action and non-concurring on House Amendment number 2. The Speaker appointed a conference committee composed of Senators Lamar, Rose, and Wally to confer with the Light Committee of the House and open conference to resolve the difference between the bodies on 2204.
Representative Rudd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to accede to request the Senate and ask the conference committee be appointed to confer with a like member of the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Rudd moves to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between two bodies. Properly seconded. Discussion. Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members. I appoint the following members: Representative Rudd, Representative Miller, Representative Marsh, and Representative Johnson. Montgomery. I probably elevated her heart rate just a little bit on that one. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 1700 by Chairman Reagan. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 1700. The Senate refused to recede from its action and non-concurring in House Amendment number 1. The Speaker appointed a conference committee composed of Senators Ackberry, Johnson, and Roberts.
Representative Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Reagan moves to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Discussion. Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Reagan, Representative Reedy, and Representative Dixie. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 1005 by Chairman Whitson. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 1005. Senate refused to recede from its action and non-concurring in House Amendments 1 and 2. The Speaker appointed a conference committee composed of Senators Hale, Johnson, Stevens, Yeager, and Yarborough to confer with the like committee from the House in open conference to resolve the differences between the bodies on Senate Bill 1005.
Representative Whitson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Whitson moves to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Discussion. Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Whitson, Williams, Crawford, Zachary, and Jernigan. That one has to come back. We just sent that over. We're not ready yet.
If there's another one that comes, we could get him on something he's never served on.
Okay. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2676 by Chairman Zachary. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 2676, substitute for Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Representative Zachary moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 90, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received Constitution Amendment majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Chairman Zachary. Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with Leader Lamberth, Chairman Faison, Chairman Williams, Chairman Boyd, and Chairman Powers, I move passage of consent calendar 2 on third and final consideration.
Gentleman moves passage of consent calendar number 2, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed.
Anyone seeking recognition on consent calendar number 2? Representative Helton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 1, House Resolution 218. After consulting with both leaders, I ask that anyone voting in the affirmative to be added as co-prime sponsors.
Without objection, exclusions duly noted. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 4, I would ask that those voting in the affirmative be included as co-prime sponsors, with the Hamilton County delegation being listed first.
Without objection, exclusions duly noted. Chairman Zachary.
Mr. Speaker, in my haste and my consultation, I did forget to mention that I move passage of consent calendar 2 on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Very nice. Anyone else seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Potentially. Anyone else seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we are voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Having received a constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Oh, sorry. Consent calendar 2 is passed. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have another message from the Senate. It's Senate Bill 2774 by Chairman Todd. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 2774. The Senate non-concurred in House Amendment number 1.
Representative Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we refuse to recede from our action on adopting amendment number 1.
Without objection, we refuse to recede. Mr. Clerk.
Speaker, we have another message from the Senate. Senate Bill 2247 by Sexton of Granger. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the Senate Bill 2247. The Senate refused to receive from its action a non-concurring and House Amendment Number 3. The Speaker appointed a conference committee composed of Senators Bell, Gilmore, and Lundberg to confer with the like committee from the House in open conference to resolve the difference between the bodies on Senate Bill 2247.
Representative Sexton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two parties.
Representative Sexton moves to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Sexton of Granger, Representative Powers, Representative Russell, and Representative McKenzie. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, as I anticipate that we're about to recess for the evening, I anticipate that the recess motion will be until 10 a.m. tomorrow. So session would be at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Senate Bill 1005 Conference Committee will meet at 8:30 a.m. in House Hearing Room 1. Senate Bill 1005 Conference Committee, 8:30 House Hearing Room 1. Senate Bill 2247 Conference Committee will meet at 9 a.m. in Senate Hearing Room 1. That's Senate Bill 2247 Conference Committee, 9 a.m. Senate Hearing Room 1.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until 10 a.m. on Thursday, April the 28th, 2022.
Without objection, the House stands in recess until 10 a.m. on Thursday, April 28th, 2022.